So yeah, y'all know how this goes. We couldn't miss this one right here. The world, Craig. The world. Yeah, we waiting for Mr. Eric Cook. Hey, Kick Math, you know how we do. Hey, listen, listen. What what he think? See, he ain't know y'all put me down, man. It's why I am the Christ, man. I I heard I heard that somebody was supposed to be having something to say to me today. So we popped out just in time. You know, one of the things that held me back, I can't, I'm trying to, I can't, I'm trying to get to I was trying to get the picture. I should have used Zoom, that's what it is. See, but I just wanted to make sure that just in case if you wanted to come in, right, that I got the link. See, if I would have used Zoom, you know, before we get into all of that, right, before we get into all that, right, to, shout out to my youngest princess, turn knowledge build or destroy today. That is that is crazy. Julia TV, Gold Mine, IT Born. Yep. Graduated, 2 weeks ago? Turned knowledge build today. But yeah, we waiting on Eric Cook. Bishop, knowledge born. Yeah, I don't know. But cause and I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. Like once this, look, he said he was coming today. See, I ain't even prepared nothing. See, like usually, like I don't prepare like a whole lesson plan and that like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I sit down, but I have a topic already in mind. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, today I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother to. I didn't even bother to think of nothing, man. So people, if we can deal with whatever. We can deal with whatever little questions and answers until Eric Cook decides to come through and say what he has to say. See, that's the thing about it. It's like a lot of people don't realize, right, that the time is now. Like sometimes, right, like when we put things on the scale, we can only put right now on the scale. That doesn't mean that what happened before didn't happen. That doesn't mean that your plans is never going to materialize, right? But at some point, right, when we put things on the scale, because look, we got to be able to weigh it and judge it, and then say, okay, this is what we got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, we might need to go a little harder, right? Or we might need to slow down a little bit, right? Depending on what's going on. But we got to be able to weigh and judge things right now. See, that's we get a lot of that. At the show improve, at the rally, all of this, man. Listen, but this is the way it always works out. is this is this not the way? Is this not the way it always works out? But yeah, question and answer time. Let's move on. I think I wanna restrict you though. Chat room king. I don't know if I want you to ask. I don't know if I want you asking no questions. See, I know there's people in here that think I'm not being fair to him, but y'all don't know the chat room king. That's the deal with you, man. Yeah, like I said, look, it's one of them things, right? When people say I used to be the 5%, right? And that is one of the things that it's like, yeah, that is kind of uh I guess people be disappointed, you know what I'm saying? Because in their minds, they saying, look, I used to be a 5%, like they trying to identify with you. Like they trying to reach out, right? They trying to reach out and be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I got that in common with you, right? But they don't understand, right, that to you, like I said, they saying, what they saying is it's not hitting you the same way they mean it. Like it's hitting you the other way. Well, okay, if you used to be a 5%, that means we don't have that much economy. if, so that means that you tried this, and it's not for you. All right, so yeah, but in their mind, they thinking the other way. That they saying, oh yeah, I used to be a 5%. You like, oh yeah, woo, 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 woo. These are all the various, the people in the neighborhood. Luke Cage. He said sometimes people don't know they bipolar. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Uh, for some reason, for some reason, uh, you know, especially in the more recent times, I guess maybe I noticed it more now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a lot of people with various mental conditions that I see being attracted to being around this, man. Like there's actually look, I'm gonna look, I'm gonna tell you, something funny. There's a number that keeps calling me, right? So in this day and time, really a lot of days and times, if I don't really recognize the number, like it's not even an area code that I know or nothing, like just the extension. If I don't know the number, a lot of times I don't answer the number, right? But in particular, the way this number is, right? I think the last numbers is like 3,000 or something. So, it's just like this is like real funny, like 3,000 kind of. So I looked the number up, right? I looked the number up, and it's to the psych ward at Jamaica Hospital. So Robbie, that's been it seemed like a lot of so I'm trying to sugarcoat the people at your job. That's a fatal mistake. Telling me you used to be God. I'm gonna just look at you different. Ain't no connection. Now I'm saying that that's what they trying to do. They trying to build a connection with you. Felix Almanzar. They trying to they trying to build a they trying to build a connection with you. Without realizing what it is that they actually say. And like I said, some people don't even know. Some people don't know that they never really was a 5%. Because they never really walked with God. They just had the lessons, man. They don't understand what the lessons is for, man. You see, the lessons is to be studied, man, for you to be able to exercise the science of your supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet and how to activate them. right? Because you see all these various examples of righteous people, unrighteous people, right? In various situations that they got in, situations they got in love, situations they got in war, situations they got in business, right? And then you see how the righteous people handled it, you see how unrighteous people handled it, and you see how they came out, right? And you can look at that situation, you can use the mathematics and break it all down, right? And now, if you're wise enough, right, when that situation starts to occur, when a similar or analogous situation starts to happen in your regular life in real time, right, then you might be able to be wise enough to apply the wisdom, right, that the wise man applied and came out right. Or maybe you've seen the lesson where an unwise man didn't apply a lesson, right, and so you know that, okay, that's the lesson that he was supposed to learn, but you learned it without having to make the mistake that he made and get the penalty that he got. You see what I'm saying? And that's what 120 lessons is for. And so, for that matter, right, now you could go on to the other books. You could go into the Quran, right, and you could do the same thing, right? But if you go in there and start believing in the stuff in there, right? Same thing if you go in there and you start believing in 120, now you lost. Now you lost. You see what I'm saying? When you're not understanding that, okay, see, that's what some people, they get caught up. They think it's more truth, right? Like, because 120 is a small book, right? The Bible, the Quran, those is big books. But all it really is that it's more complex codes. It's the same lessons, but it's more complex codes. And so it takes more script for them to put it down. See, then, whatever it is, if you look at the news, if you come in tune with a person, right, all these various things, once you're able to break down the codes in the books, man, and see what they mean about the various people, right, the various characters in life. See, why we say that? Because we see the example of how these characters, right, that character, that personality has always existed. It always exists, and it's not like, if you meet somebody, you know, and they from Nicaragua and they like, yeah, nah, it's no thieves in Nicaragua. Like, it's, you know, wherever a person is from, I'm not picking out, I just picked a country out their hat. I'm just saying whatever country it is, I'm saying, yeah, it's somebody there that's a thief. And now we know the outcome of establishment, right? Telling lies, stealing, and trying to manipulate people. That's look, that's going to increase as time goes on. So I had a conversation with a brother about whether it's important to get the lessons capped. It got high explosive. You got a limited understanding if you don't cap them. That's how I see it. Yeah, so you got to cap them, right? Because look, here's the thing. Show how simple they are. Debonair R. Welcome to the channel. Show how simple they are. So you ever notice that everybody who don't want to cap them, they go, "Oh man, that's you acting." All right. So why don't you show how simple it is? Like this, is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. Right? Imagine a person flunked the 6th grade. Oh shit, Range was Debonair R. You wow. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, though, this is what I'm saying. Imagine somebody flunked the 6th grade, right? Imagine somebody flunked the 6th grade, and then they telling you, how easy the 6th grade was. You in Midtown today? I haven't been to Midtown. I don't like driving down there. I don't be wanting to pay the congestion price or whatever that is. So really, I just been uptown. I've been in Brooklyn. See what I'm saying? Monk's Corner, South Carolina. Get out of here. You're not far. You're not far from where my family is from out there. Yeah, I know Monk's Corner. Past 13 years. So yeah, it's probably like the last time I seen you. You went down there. But yeah, though, getting back to what I was saying in terms of look, uh, Divine King, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, you gotta, you know, knowing 120 and all that, that's like tying your shoes. Like, is it a skill? You know what I'm saying? If anybody recall, you know what I'm saying, learning how to tie your shoes at the time, right? It was, you had to. It took you a little minute, but it's a basic thing you got to do. Like before you could even begin to ask if you could go outside or something by yourself. Shaquem, you're gonna have to know how to tie your shoes. Like, yes, it is basic. But it's basic because of who we teaching it to. See, like I said, now you're getting people that they've been through college. I'm like, listen, I ain't saying nothing's wrong going to college. But I'm just saying that when you teaching people that's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and you teaching them with language, and you teaching them, just in terms that people don't understand. You using archaic language that people don't even use no more. You're talking about, concepts, the whole way things is conceptualized. These kids is not, they not that worldly. They've been as far as the MTA could take them. Or like talking to Range right here, you might have went, with your family now south or something. But this is your frame of reference. So see, yeah, 120, at 15, 16, yeah, I can. And then after that, it's really just a matter of using it. See, if you really master it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, look, if you playing ball or something, right? Like, okay, you got the basic skills, right? You know, or riding a bike or whatever it is, right? You got the basic skill of it that you already built up when you learn how to do it. Now it's just a matter of you staying sharp. Born magnetic. But that's just a signs of, you know, the very basic lessons. Just the very basic listen, you know, jealousy, you know, hate, greed, lust, love, peace, happiness, food, clothing, shelter. These is the very basic things. You know, who you are, who your people is, where you from. Right? These is all the very basic of things. But at the same time, how do you go out there and activate on everything else without that? Because I'm gonna tell you something, man, and I've seen it happen to a lot of people. It's like they don't have no inner beacon. Where it's like, see, we could go through all these lessons. I mean, these various studies. But they don't have no inner beacon of who they are, and they can get lost inside of whatever study that they go into. So that's where you see people walking around and they got 50 different flags on from 50 different nations. So Lord Kashim said, I personally don't quote it no more, especially if you ask. Nah, see, I can't let you get away with that. I can't let you get away with that. Because see, just yesterday, when we was talking, in order to make your point, right, you brought up the knowledge culture degree. And so I can't let you get away with that. I can't let you get away with that. No, nah, I never said I don't build on it. Nah, you weaseling out. You weaseling out, man. You line dancing now. You river dancing. You river dancing right now. You floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Stop it, Fi. Stop it, Fi. Yeah, you're right. See, King Math, look, it's not how you know you live in them if you don't know them, right? King Math, how you know which ones you live in? How you know whether you live in the knowledge degree in the 1 in 10 or the 33rd degree in the 1 in 40? Riddle me that. If you don't even know them. But you live it, right? You live it. You live the 32nd degree. Which part of the 32nd degree are you? Which part of the 32nd degree are you living? Which part of the 34th degree you living? Where you at? Tell me where you at. Tell me where you at in the 36 degree. Tell me where you at in 36 degree. See, the people that believe in it, they don't know that. So Kashin said, I'm a grown ass man. Wait, what's this? Let me look at it over here. I fucked my eyes all up. Can't do it. So I'm a grown ass man. What I look like quoting another man's C at my age. I mean, I got a couple of answers for that. You know, one is that is simply our tradition. That's what we do. See what I'm saying? And no matter how high we get, right? We can't forget that that was our introduction to this jam right here, right? We got the mathematics and the alphabet, but we don't really know what to do with it. We regurgitate it when somebody asks us. Then as we get into studying those lessons, man, and using the mathematics to break it down, right? We start to elevate to various levels. You know what I'm saying? See, I can understand what you're saying, right? In terms of, look, King Me, what's the signs, right? Who said I don't study it? If we build it and we both know it, I should know what lesson you're talking about. Yeah, it's not there, but see, you said you don't quote it. Like, look, I can see you saying, right, that, yeah, that's pointless. Like, if I just rolled up on you, right? If I just rolled up on you, just like, yo, God, how you see Lazy Green? Like, yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, we we are we are past that. Yes, I can understand that, guy. You understand what I mean? But right, what happens? What happens when a young brother, guy? What if your brother knowledge power rolled up on you, right? What if your brother knowledge power rolled up on you and said, "Yo, guy, uh, I'm on the knowledge understanding degree in the 114, right? So look, he quotes the degree for you, right? It's right and exact. And then he asks you, he said, "Yo, guy, uh, could you quote the knowledge culture degree for me so I could start learning it? I wanna just go ahead and start learning it right now, word of mouth. You know what I mean? I want to see if I could knowledge it before we leave the cipher today, right? Yo, God, you on the hook, son. You on the hook. I don't care what you say. You could come. You could say that to me, guy, but you on the fucking hook if that happens. Yes, I'm glad you recognize. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad you recognize. Big difference. Okay, so what's the big difference then? Why can't be? Why can't? Why? Where you draw the line at? That see, you discriminating, man. Your equality is not equal. See, I seen that. I seen that make a difference, G. Notice, Brian, that's something that I saw, like that happened during my time, right? When a lot of the brothers, they turn free cipher, and a lot of people start saying, you know, they turn free knowledge. They like, yeah, I'm all for lessons. I ain't gotta quote lessons no more. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I seen how that that had a trickle down effect, man. It took away from the importance, man. And all I know is that Allah turned free knowledge. And by all accounts, he quoted his lessons poetically. The entire time. So, you know. You said, teach the babies, not a grown ass man. If you wanted to know, ask me with my heart, not what I can quote. I mean, see, but what happens when your heart is in the right place, but because you lack knowledge, you do the wrong thing? A lot of people mean well, right? But you know how is that in the Quran or the Bible? Where they say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, I see what you're saying. You know, in terms of, you know, I'm, you know, and just in terms of the part of what you say that I do agree with, right? Like, yeah, I can't right now stand around, you know, on the corner and just be having ciphers all day. You know, I got, you know, multiple levels that I got to build on. But you know, I'm not going to say, you know, that, you know, I don't quote lessons no more. You know, especially, so you got to remember, this is a forum, man. You got a lot of people that's just coming into the knowledge. And see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I ain't going to let you get away with that. You know, to make these people believe that there's some level you can reach where you ain't supposed to be quoting lessons. You shouldn't be doing that, G. I understand what you're saying about there's multiple levels. There's a whole bunch of things we need to be building on. And you don't have the knowledge for Qurans. But don't tell these people that. You said quoting lessons hasn't done nothing for this nation but quote lessons, but the heart I see. Come on, God, you know that's not that doesn't even God. God, that doesn't even. Now here's where I can agree with you, right? Is that it is because of our sincere love for Allah's mathematics, right? That cause us to do what we do to propel this thing forward, right? I understand that part. But what's the other way? Like, where's the other brothers, right? Where's the other brothers that never got lessons And just on the strength of having a good heart, they this. Or sisters. Like, how is what they heart activate on? How is it going to be wisdom, right? Without proper knowledge. So when I said I see the heart, I see what's real. 120 don't make righteous. 120 do not make righteous. We agree on that. But see, so I'm just asking you about the order of things, right? The order of things. Uh, you know, so you think it's better to know the heart before the mind? That's what you're saying. I'm asking. I mean, because not for nothing, just this is just something that I want to add on. Just I'm saying the perception. One of the perceptions that some people. So you said I said nothing like that. I'm saying, to be blunt, the biggest and worst people I met in my life were 120 masters. But what you said they heard was dark. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, their heart was dark. Okay, but God, this is a question. Do they outnumber the 120 masters who was righteous? See, because look, this is one of the things I was getting into yesterday, God. This is one of the things I was getting into yesterday, God. And this is the reality, God. I hate to do this, but you bring it up yourself, God. How much time you did in the penitentiary? So you said that the people who had 120, but they was the worst people, outnumbered the people who had 120, but they was righteous. Am I correct? Is that what you're saying? That the people who was unrighteous that knew 120 outnumbered the people that was righteous that knew 120. Is that what you're saying? put the link in here just in case you want to come in. I don't know if you want to speed this process up. So you say yes because many see the devilishment and too scared to speak, so they know better. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a question, guy. How much time did you do in the penitentiary? You see, this is why I'm asking you that. This the reason why I'm asking you that is because are you dealing with confirmation bias? Like, is it the fact that you spent at least some portion of your time doing things that you wasn't supposed to be doing, and so you was going amongst and surrounding yourself with other people who wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing, and now you extrapolating that out to be the whole nation. So you did 4 years, came home from Clinton, and was called God of all gods. All right. And so, and who is these other people that you socialize with? Because see, I remember when the criminal guy thing came up, you were saying that he was only speaking about things. You said you used the term that we was doing in that area that he's from. So I'm just saying that when you say that, it was all these brothers that knew 120, but they was dark, right? You said Allah Rajim, physical, who walk with God Allah. What that got to do? What that got to do with this conversation? I know Rajim. What that got to do? What that got to do with what we talk about? Okay, that's one brother, but you wasn't around him. You wasn't around him before you got locked up. You was surrounding yourself with people you was doing to get locked up. Yeah, well, I see. Now I got a point. That's confirmation bias. If you had went to college, right, then you would have known. Look, around your same age group, right? Big Lord Jamal, Mel Quan, uh, what's your guy name? They all went to Howard University. They in your same age group. Did somebody send me a super chat or something? You asking, do I have a point? Yeah, well, that's my point. Is that had you been doing, right? Had you been doing what you were supposed to have been doing, then maybe you would have been at Howard University with the other brothers that was doing what they were supposed to be doing. And so now you acting like 120 lessons is the pivotal thing that's tipping the scale. 120 lessons is not what's tipping the scale. What's tipping the scale is the ciphers that you was putting yourself in. And the people who was in those ciphers was using 120 lessons, right, as a tool to have other people who didn't know 120 lessons doing what they wanted them to do. See, this is the point that I'm making. You said you can deal with me and prove your point, but not in this show. Look, yeah, I'm not setting this up. I'm not setting this up, man. Like, look, it's not like after this is over, right? Then I'm gonna cash out from that money. I'm not. I don't got nothing to do with this, man. I sincerely came on here. I told y'all what I came on here for. But you know, King Math know how we do. We got here, something else happened. But I just want y'all to know that it's no money under the table. There's nobody under the table. That was just that. I had no idea that that's how that was going to go in that conversation. Almighty knowledge. So either way, I think we made the point there that stay on point with your lessons, man. Because you might be able to finagle in your mind, right? You may be able to finagle your way out, right, of why you ain't got the quota in this time, in this place. You might be able to finagle your way out of that, right? But listen, you can't finagle your way out of all of it. Eventually, right, if you are 5%, you're going to have to do your duty by teaching. Your duty, not the nation, not talking about nobody else, right? You're going to have to do your duty. And so in that time, listen, like I said, you got to have the wisdom and understanding, but where's the wisdom and understanding going to come from? See, like I said, man, you know, this stuff with the questioning, that stuff is mundane. It's when you get out there into life, right? When you get out there into life, right? Are you going to be able to apply them lessons then? In your time. Not just talk about those people time, or not just predict about whatever Armageddon you thinking about. But how you gonna be Allah in your own good time? Said I stand on my square and I haven't met the man that can make me quote it. I couldn't get a job at the school because I wouldn't quote it. I mean, I mean, you saying that you refuse to show and prove that you qualified, right? You refuse to show and prove that you qualified, and then you wasn't allowed to do the thing that you refused to show that you qualified for? Is that what you're saying? Like, would you advise, let's leave the lessons out of it, right? You speaking to some young, would you advise them to just say, look, don't tell them that you went to Harvard and graduated with a 4.0 in this topic that you applying for the job for. Don't bring that up. Refuse to do that, and then sue them because they ain't hire you because you black. Is that what you suggesting to these people? You said, ask me about me, not what I can parrot. Ask me to show and prove a degree. Okay, show and prove a degree. Show and prove a degree. Yeah, DeBar, would you go apply for a job and not tell them that you got, this medical certificate or whatever it is you got? Shaka Nulu, would you not let them know that you got this experience in welding, you a union, you got this certifications, whatever? Like, I don't even understand why you would do that, guy. Why are you saying that in front of these people? Said you would have had a kitchen, a flea market, and wouldn't need money to fix it. Okay, I understand what you're saying, only because I know you, I know the school, I know the whole situation. But that ain't got nothing to do with what you're saying right now. Like, I don't know why you bringing that up. Because, see, first, you offered that. You said, so Lord Kashim is saying, I offered that, but you would take cash, and it was admitted they were wrong for not taking it. Who admitted that? Because, see, I don't want no money for nobody. See, because this is what happened with you people. Y'all are Indian givers. Y'all are Indian givers. See, where you want to give something, right, to the nation, where you say that you're giving all you have and all within your power, but then you really want something back. Now you want a level of control and all of this type of shit for a little bit of couple of 40 coins or pieces of silver. Listen, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you, a lot of people with these ideas that you're going to give all that what you have and all within your power, but then you want compensation, but then you want word is bond and you would give your life, but you want compensation for a fingernail that you donated to the nation. So I don't know if that's what the sign says, but I'm just telling you, I had enough of that.
Unless you got $2 million, I'll talk to him. I'll hear him out.
It was from a chain in Detroit. He came to the school. They said no. Okay, it was from a chain in Detroit. So when you say a chain, that strikes me to think that this is a business. I'm thinking a chain, somebody who owns a chain store. Right? Okay, you said it's your nephew. So I'm thinking, right? This is, correct me if I'm wrong. Right? I just want clarity right here, right? That this is a business. This is a business proposition. So what is wanted in return? 'And I'm not saying that he's wrong for wanting that in return. I'm just saying that, yeah, that's the way business works.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
25% to the school because it's a nonprofit and jobs. And then you said nothing. No, that's so what you're saying is 75% to your nephew. You're saying 75% to your nephew, right? Now, okay, now look. For how long, right? And what's the level of repairs that he's gonna do? Like, what's the level of investment that? Because you're saying, for instance, you're saying we have a kitchen, so that's clearly a level of investment. You saying that he's gonna put in. So what's gonna be his total investment, right? And then what's the time? What's the time length, right, of this contract where he gets 75% of the proceeds and we get 25% of the proceeds? Like, how long, does the ownership, does the operation, profit of this ever revert back to us? Because you said we also get jobs, but you know that also means we're doing the work and he's getting the money. So, right, break all that stuff down for me. Hold on, y'all, 1 second. While he's breaking that down, I'll be right back. So you said it's 4 years later and we still don't have a kitchen. Yeah, but that still doesn't. See, one, that doesn't justify the other thing. Like, suppose if somebody said, listen, guy, we could sell drugs and get a kitchen. And then we was like, nah, guy, we don't want to do that. And then they say, oh, well, 4 years later, you still don't got a kitchen. Okay, that wouldn't have made selling drugs to get the kitchen right. This is what I'm saying. Let's not deal with the relativity. Let's deal with the actuality. So you said here, okay, wait. He said 75,000 to 100,000, 3 years, and the school have the kitchen, and he have the food trucks, and still work with us. So he was gonna put $100,000, and then, okay, and so now, what was gonna be his level of control during that time? Like, what was it his license to do? So he was just gonna serve food, right? Out of food trucks, you saying, right? And these trucks was gonna be part. I'm just being clear. Where exactly was these trucks going to be parked? You said in 3 years the business with the kitchen is done ours, but the food trucks we work with him with the kitchen. So what you saying? He was gonna be making the food in the kitchen and then serving them out of the trucks. That's what I'm saying. Like this, you gotta make it clear, guy. Because see now, if he's running the kitchen inside the school, yeah, nah, guy, we can't do that, guy. I just, look, it's something where I'm just saying that, look, none of us could just say that can happen. Nobody can just say that can happen, right? And I'm just saying that, yeah, my vote would just be nah, because now it's now it's that gives other priorities, God. We can't change the priorities like that.
do, God. You don't understand me. It's not me.
You know what I'm saying? And then there's other things. And listen,
You get
I
the
hate to
turn
do
on
this.
too.
I hate to do this.
You get the turn on
I
too.
hate to do this. First of all, look, before I even say this, right? Let me apologize to you and your cousin, right? Or did you say your nephew, right? But let me apologize to you and your family, Lord Kashin. Let me apologize if we got any people on the live stream right now from Detroit. But your family being from Detroit, God, right? Where's this money coming from? It's legal. I'm saying you say it's legal, God. You say it's legal, but look, God, would right? I'm asking, right? Would we be allowed to do our due diligence and show and prove that for ourselves? I mean, because I would want to do that, guy. Like I said, I hate to, make your cousin feel accused. I don't want to make the people of Detroit think I'm saying, because look, I'm from New York. So I'm sure if I came out here, said some, people would say, look, man. See, we got Mr. Green one in. You know what I'm saying? You know, Mr. Greenwood is from Detroit. So like I said, look, shout out Mr. Greenwood. I don't mean no disrespect towards Detroit. But we all know how the D get down. You know how the D get down. Like they ain't even got police in the D, son. So, look, man. You say you didn't do the business, so it's not your business. And yes, from a corporate account. I'm just finding out about it now. Why you saying I didn't do the business?
That's something that should be.
It's not that I didn't do the business. I was never a part of whatever was going on.
This is obviously something that he's going to be using this means to clean it up. So let's clean it up and move on. Where's the buyer at? Another guy cutting off. Another guy cutting off.
Nah, see, that's what I'm saying. See, now you're gonna say I'm saying they all criminals. I'm not saying that they all criminals, but I'm just saying that if you come in and make a 75 to $100,000 investment,
Bomb. Drop a bomb like that.
in this day and time, son.
A bomb. For his.
In this day and time, son.
Where's the paperwork? Where's the pension?
But they throwing around Rico like rice at a wedding.
Let's see the pension.
Look, I see, guy, look, this is my point of view. We can't experiment with the school, G. And like I said, that's my point of view. That's not, if we come together and as wise minds, we make that decision. I'm going to disagree with it, but look, that's a decision that's made. But I'm just saying, God, look, I don't. You know, I wanted to ask you about too, man. What's the deal with the thing? I don't know what's going on with the thing with you doing something. You doing something. Uh, Dealing with getting a building. I seen a post you made about getting a building, and you was collecting some money. I mean, I don't know if you collected any money, but you put out there that you was collecting money, or that people could send you money for that purpose. You said, "What about the flea market? Could have been up 4,000 by now." I mean, God, look, it's just look, God and the devil is in the details. So even when I ask you a question, right, it's just something that, okay, we need to come up with a solution for that. Before anything happens, let's not go. Let's think of all the different 360 degrees of things that can happen. Like, let's look at all the things we know about what might happen, and then let's renew history, right? Let's shut off any avenue for things that might happen negative, right? And let's funnel things to the things that's gonna happen positive. So one of the things I'm saying is, okay, you got a flea market, right? What happens if one of the people in the flea market has some trinkets that don't work the way the person who bought it thought it's gonna work? And now this person got a problem. Like, how does that? That's a like that's on us now. Like, yeah, you could say that person got to handle their business, but that's in our yard. Like I'm saying, if that person come back and they working out, you know, all the various people that you got coming, and now they just milling around in the yard. They're not there with a 5%, right? They not there with a 5% that is going to keep them civilized, right? Ensure that they remain civilized, right? So look, they in the flea market. They shopping for what they shopping for, right? And this woman sees the other woman over there that has been dealing with her boyfriend, right? And they decide, look, it's on site. You said all kinds of excuses to stay poor. No, you're making an excuse, because all I'm saying is, what is the solution? So we can only make the plan better with more solutions. See, that's the thing that I never understand about all these grandiose plans, man. Why we can't never add on, man? Why we can't never add on without, yo, we worship the white man, we making excuses to stay poor. Like, why it's always, why I gotta be that, man? You said you can't stop confusing common situation. Yeah, but I'm saying now you got me in the mix of this action. How much I'm getting paid? Because if your nephew is gonna put up $100,000 and be making 75%, I mean he ain't doing that for nothing. If everybody's getting paid, why am I out there? What's this? Gangbanging? What's why am I out there repping the set? Everybody else is getting money. I'm just saying, look, we need to have these solutions already, man. Like, look, you can't wait till it's a fire to get a fire extinguisher. Like, if you gotta buy a fire extinguisher when it's a fire, it's already too late. Now, see, like you said with a kitchen, we already know that that's a volatile situation where it might be fire, so we gotta have fire extinguishers in here off the rip, right? So that's what I'm saying. Said security was going to get paid. I broke it all down. All right. I mean, well, look, I just wasn't there. Not saying I would have changed what happened, but just saying that, yeah, I didn't know nothing about this. So, don't put that on us over here, random Jews. He said, invest in the space we have now before trying to expand. Well, what we're talking about now is him. He's saying that he had a nephew that was going to make the investment, and Burbs was just saying that I guess there was whatever was all the stipulations of that occurring, Brothers didn't agree with it, and so we was talking to it right there.
So is the boost
With the store? I mean, look. I got my thing that I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? The people that and take this shit off of here, Mr. Greenwood. No, I don't know. I'm saying that, God, look, my plate is full. So this is what I'm saying. If I say, all right, this right here with this, see, that should be happening. Is everybody come up with an idea, right? But then it's like, oh yeah, the guys needed this and the guys, and they could have that and they could have that, but nah. You gotta be there to raise your baby. See, the idea that you manifest into this atmosphere, why you can't raise your baby? Why you gotta manifest this here, and now we gotta raise your baby? You know what? We don't have the same vision for your baby that you got. We don't have the same vision. We want him to be a lawyer. You want him to be a doctor. We want him to grow up in the suburbs. You want him to grow up in the big city. We want him to go to Stanford on the West Coast. You want him to go to Harvard on the East Coast. See, that's what a lot of this comes down to. Like you saying here, God, when I say, look, I'm doing, God, look, when you come to the show and prove, the yard being clean, the grass being cut, the fucking charcoal, the pond, all of that, I'm already doing that. Teaching multiple classes a week, you know what I'm saying? Trying to get the computer room together, all that, I'm already doing that. So I'm doing what the fuck I want to do. So you come and do what the fuck you think needs to be done. That's so what?
Where's the requirement to do?
Get off the motherfucking sidelines, right? Standing over there bullshitting, talking about you ain't got to quote no degrees. Get your ass out here, motherfucker. That's so what? You said a computer room when the average 3-year-old got an iPhone and he don't know what to do with it. He's playing games. We're not going to show them how to play games. We're going to show them how to deal with cybersecurity. Because that's the program that we have. We just got to get the computer room straight so that we can do that. You know what I'm saying? I just spoke to the guy that, you know what I'm saying, he got that level of skill where that's what he does, carpentry, right, for a living. You know what I'm saying? He's got, you know, you can look at on his Instagram and everything, you can see his various jobs that he worked on. This ain't even nothing major. All he's got to do is rebuild a little shelf right there for him. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some little cubicles or something where the kids could do their thing. You know, but all the way up to the college level. I'm saying that's what I'm dealing with already. Y'all talking about the store. I'm not saying nothing's wrong with that, but I'm just saying, like, what the fuck, God? Do you believe in the mystery, God? Do you believe that I'm a righteous but unseen being that exists everywhere at all times, and I could just twinkle my nose and shit and make all this shit happen? Or do you know everything is real? I'm already in the front line, G. And you can't see, let me tell you something. If nobody can shame me with no kind of talking like that, because I'm already on the front line. What you talking about? I'm already wounded up out here. I'm like, I ain't done tours. So you can talk about what's not done yet. I'm asking you where you at. See, maybe I'm so busy doing what I'm doing that I ain't even see that. And see, you saw it, right? And instead of doing something, you came and got me. Why'd you do that? So that's what I said. I don't hear that. But yeah, the signs went over there, you know. And look, with a lot of things, you know, that's still about the nation, G. Going back to the original question that divine that divine education acts, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, that's still a national thing. And I'm just talking about the reality of economics, right? Where you can look up and down 7th Avenue, there's not a lot of $1 million businesses, guy. There might be a couple on 125th Street. But you know, you got the supermarket right there. They probably pull in a couple million, you know what I'm saying, a year. You know what I mean? At least up, you know, high hundreds, thousands. You know what I mean? You got a couple supermarkets. You know what I mean? You got a couple funeral homes. I doubt they pulling down in the millions like that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so that would still be a thing where the nation would have to support that store. You understand what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, yeah, you getting something. Like, for instance, you got various shirts. So you getting a shirt, right? But if we really talking about it being an economical thing where we going to build a school off of that, right? Then people going to have to be, you know, you getting the shirt as a token of your donation. You know, or do we have, you know, look, this is what I'm saying. What's the business plan then? Like, see, even with this right here, what's the business plan, right? So he's saying that we're going to get 25%. Okay, what's the projection of how much that 25% is going to be? Is it going to be 25% of $10? In order for him to put that amount of money up, he got to have some projection of how much money he going to make. You said, my program, many guys on earth donated. I'm working with 2 centers that's showing me the ropes and going to let me use their space or to get the ownership or to get us the ownership of some ASAP. So wait, you saying that this is the money that you've been collecting? Or have you collected any money? Let's start there. All right, so you said right here, you've collected money daily. So you've collected money. Okay, now what is the specific purpose? Because in the post that I saw, you said you was collecting money for a building for the parliament. You said yes, and to give it, and to give the nation an income. All right, so How much money you collected? How much money you collected and how much money you got right now? Because the reason I'm asking you that is because, in my opinion, what you're doing right now is confirming that you're collecting that money in the name of the nation. And you're giving as the pretext for somebody, you're leading people to, reasonable people might agree with me, right? That you're making people think that they're giving money to the nation when they're giving it to you, right? So, thus the question: how much money you collected and how much money you got right now? Don Bishop, the question is for right now. You said, don't worry about that. And like I told those who asked, not giving up nothing, I have a goal and many see it. All right, my response to that is not for on here. My response to that is not for on here. You said you don't ask or post how much y'all take it to Parliament. No, that's posted by the people who take it. See, even when you say y'all, right? Show me the person. Bring somebody that said they gave me some money. You said how much off of Amazon? That was approximately 400 per week. And see, people saw that money, right? Like for instance, this year, when you saw me going to the movies, those is tickets that I got from when I was the money I got off from when I was running the Amazon business. The bouncy house, that came from the money off from when I was running the Amazon business. You know what I mean? We could go down the list. You know what I'm saying? The boxing, the food, the lunches. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when the people who come to the show and prove right exact wise prints, the food, the book bag drive, the show that you came to last summer, that you blew it up. by posting criminal God on your Facebook and then causing the whole issue that then you tried to negate. Yeah, all of that came from that money. And see, look, I did all the fucking labor. It wasn't, the nation didn't do nothing. So yeah, that's what happened, right? We had an Amazon hub, right? Where, you know, uh, we was the people. They was dropping the packages off to us. That's you know, what are you saying? That's what I'm saying. You bro, I do what I do in the open. You can't shame me. You said I'll post the money when I get the tax ID in the mail. No withdrawals, just collecting. But we can sit down and you can help me. Yeah, nah, but see, first, things gotta be in the open. You can see what I'm saying is this, guy. I mean, look, we brothers, but look, I'm with the guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm with the nation. So the stuff that we doing, right? I'm saying all the brothers and the sisters, right? We know it's going to be some outliers, but our brothers and sisters got to be with us. You understand what I'm saying? Because, see, guys, listen, you can't, that's qualifying and disqualifying. You can't do that. See, you got in an argument with somebody back in 1982, right? And now, because you don't like them, you don't want them to have no say so in whatever it is that you're doing, guys. Listen, everybody that has demonstrated that they sincerely love Allah's mathematics gets to say something. It don't mean they get to run shit, right? But they get to say something. It don't matter, right? How young they is, it don't matter how old they is, it don't, if they have demonstrated, right, that they sincerely love Allah's mathematics, right? On every plane, from knowledge to born, right? And they can show and prove through the ciphers that they've added, then God, they get to say something. God, you don't get to do that, G. And I'm not gonna do that with you. I'm just that's I would never do nothing like that. So why would I do it with you? You said we got 93 million miles to cover, and you sound religious. We all have to do the same thing. Now, I ain't say we all got to do the same thing. We need to agree, God, on the things that we doing universally. Like, see, all the stuff that you saying, like, God, if you want to get your own lot, right, and put these trucks in there and do whatever business, because see, he could put that $100,000 up a whole bunch of places. There's empty lots all over Harlem where he could put that $100,000 up and get that money. And then you, out of the 25% you make, you could give what you want to the nation. You said the ones that donated agreed. Do they know all the things that we say right now? Do they know that nobody at the school knows nothing about what you're doing? That nobody that, like right now, the rally is administered a certain way. None of the people, right? None of the people who have been administrating the rally for years know nothing about what you're doing. You said that the people know that. Kashin. They all gave you money.
He's feeding knowledge slowly,
Who gave who first of all, who am I talking about?
How you gonna answer understanding?
You asked me for $1 last night and I ain't give it to you. Who you talking about? Who you talking about that has anything to do with the administration of the rally that gave you money? See, look, this is why I wouldn't give you no money, right? Because you know another thing that got paid for by me. You know when all those babies be in the gym, and we got to have insurance for that. Yeah, me and the guys pay for that. Me and Rashawn. You said cultural management. Cultural management gave you some money. The Office of Cultural Management gave you some money. That's what you're saying. I just like to be clear, guy, because you know $1 each. And you told them what the dollar. Cause see, you didn't tell me what the dollar was for. You asked me for $1. You didn't tell me what it was for. All right, Kashim, because look, you know me. The same way I'm asking you right now, right? The same way I'm asking you right now, I'm gonna ask them tomorrow. That's Wild Boy stuff. So, at any rate, man, because our battery power is winding down a little bit. You said so. A lot of mathematics, a lot of justice, a lot of shy quest, and they all going to tell me that they know that you collected money in the name of the nation, right? And you haven't let anybody know how much you collected or how much you got right now. That's what they're going to tell me. Because that's what I'm going to ask.
He's the engineer. He's production manager.
You said some can see past the 2020. No, in my name for the nation. No, right? trying to make it look bad. That's the sad part. But if I was giving it to y'all, it's all good. You know, we could do it ourselves. Now, I didn't ask you that. What you said, I attempted to be as clear as possible, right? If you're saying that you're collecting money, right, for a building for the rally, then that is collecting money in the name of the nation. And I'm saying at the very least, God, look, you could do it how you want to do it, but September is coming fast, G. See, right now, you keep saying what you're saying. But in September, God, right, if you haven't secured the place, everybody's gonna want to know where that money's at, G. I don't know why you keep you I it's still only one way in the maze and one way out, G. If you want to do all this zigzagging in the middle, God, but eventually knowledge goes to born, and we're gonna see if that idea was born dead or born alive. So see, from my perspective, God, it's just something where look, why not have an eye John? Why not? Why not? Why not have, why not? I mean, at least it don't gotta be everybody. But who's your brown seed and your yellow seed on that? That at least, y'all one mind with each other. If you really see us, right, as the wise man from the east, right, then why wouldn't you tap into that resource? Why wouldn't you tap into that resource of the wise man from the east when you was devising the plan? He says, start, start, I guess, doing the knowledge, and yes, I have a team. Well, I let them speak for themselves. When they reveal themselves, then we'll let them know. But right now, you the one saying what you're saying. But at any rate, we got any other questions out there? We got any other questions out there pertaining to I guess anything we built on today or whatever else. Of course, we never got Eric Cook never came in. I thought he was coming in to cook me. You know what I'm saying? I was all prepared. You said you will see in real time. It got nothing to do with you. Me and some great minds see what many don't see. And born my idea. I born my idea, and many responded. Just in life, I've seen us, when I disagree with somebody, this is always, you know, me and some great minds see what many don't see. Why can't I see what you see and I just disagree with you? Like, just in general, I'm saying, like, this is one of the banes of my existence. Where it's like, you know, why do I have to be characterized because I disagree with you? You know, the nation, you know, or this is what always happens. You said we got a whole planet and I'm not y'all. I put my life on this everything. Okay, when you say you put your life on this, what's this? Because just now you said I'm not y'all. So, you know, let's break this down. You know, who's you people, right? Who's y'all, right? And what is this? You said continue on your path. That path is old and dark, no results. I mean, Lord Kashino, I have to disagree with you. Because whenever I'm doing things, you always show up talking. Whether it's working in the yard, whether it's the Sunday boxing class, whether it's right here on the civilization class. See, this is the thing. Sometimes, I mean, I hate to do it. But you got to remember who you're talking to, man. Like, see, sometimes people be talking to this generic person who's off point. And see, what I'm telling you is I don't surround myself with people like that. See, I could give you a list of people that's doing their thing. You could give me the list of people that's not doing their thing because that's what you do. I don't even know who these people is, man. Like, I'm literally so busy on the front line. You asking me about shit that's happening back there. You asking me about who ran. I didn't see. I can't even tell you. See, all this stuff you can tell me about what everybody else did. God, listen, I gotta tell you, that means there's a certain amount of spectating going on. And see, if you was gonna spectate, you might as well rent. What I'm talking about, God, is that you holding the phone, sir. You holding the phone and posting what happened. You know what I'm saying? You know your brothers is in trouble over here, right? You know they battling whatever they battling with, right? And you're over here taping it so you can put it on your Instagram. But you put the phone in your pocket. You supposed to be over here with us. Maybe if you was over here with us, it wouldn't be going down like that. Like, at the end of the day, what you saying, like, who is the people that you talking about? Are you talking about the brothers that's 75? Who are you talking about specifically? Because see, like I said, I don't do all the observation. I don't do all the observation. I don't know who's doing that. You said you tried. I mentioned it in this bill. Oh, you want me to sweep? I mean, if that's what's necessary at the time, is that not a part of ownership? Like, do you mean is that what I think you worth to the nation? You know what I'm saying? No, I don't. But I'm saying, no, I don't think you above. Is that not a part of being that's a part of being a renter? We don't own it. See, this is the type of stuff I'm saying. You know why you don't own it? Because you don't want to sweep. You're not being an owner. That's why you don't own it. See what I just told you? See what I just told you about the stuff that I do at the school? See, because of the stuff that I do over there and others, I'm not saying just me by myself, but because those of us, man, that we show ownership over there, even if something happened, they're going to have to give us some money because we demonstrated ownership. But see, yeah, if you come around there and you see that and you like, yeah, you above that, then yeah, nah, you're not the owner. And I can understand you saying that. See, did I say give me some money or I say give us some money? You said, but we can't add on and make money. Yeah, but what you want to add on? Like what part you can't understand about all money is not good money? What part can you not understand, right, about we can't experiment with a law school in Mecca? And then what part do you not understand, right, about God? You come on here, right? You come on here and you take shots at everybody, and then you wonder why you come around and present ideas and don't get cooperation. I mean, come on, guy. You said no money make poor people. This was 4 years ago. Okay, and what have you done in the last 4 years? Not everything, you know what I'm saying, that I wanted to do was able to come off. Hey, look, Kwashin. Unfortunately, man, this is. And see, look, this is what's crazy though, too, Kwashin. Me and him talk face to face. You will make a space for those who want to add on freely. See, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's like I always say. It's when people put the nation in a vacuum. They see the science of mathematics is universal. It applies everywhere and in all places, at all times. That's what make them laws. See, rules, they change time to time, place to place. Right? Son love for the neighborhood. Missed us by that much. What is this? Oh, I see you've been typing and see it looks like Google. It looks like Google has been. See what you said here? Example. $20,000 for 100,000 T-shirts. Sell them $1 each, but you must buy 12,000. I can get that. All right, why don't you get it? Why you need us to get it? Like, why don't you get the 100,000 shirts, sell them how you sell them, right? And then say, look, nation, we could do this. What is the reason? Why can't that be the order of operations? Why does it have to be the order, right? Where we change everything, we adjust everything what we saying to do for you to be our leader. I see. You said you striving. Who said? Who said? Uh, who said you need me? Okay. The difference is you complaining about what we do. That's really the big difference. Is that you feel like it's people in the way of you doing what you do, right? Where you gotta talk about everybody else. The difference is that you manifest and confirm all these things that you're saying because you're the one that's constantly manifesting them out there into the atmosphere. Yeah, but guys, see, okay, you saying you made it way because you see what you see. You see, a lot of times you try to bring about change by being the author of confusion, which works, but that's wrong. Say right now, some see what I see. I ask 1,000 people for $1 a month and keep it going. All right, but look, just as long, my thing is just make sure you ask for $1 a month, right? Don't bring up national issues when you ask for the $1 a month, because what happens is it's possible that some people might not have full understanding, right? And think that you collecting money in the name of the nation. Let me need to make an adjustment here real quick before we. Turn a little screen right there so we can, so we don't go out, even though I'm about to get off of here anyway, because I got some stuff I got to handle. But, in the final analysis, the guy, he never showed up, Eric Cook, or if he did, he stayed in the background and, never spoke his piece. What he was saying, I was, hey, I came ready, but Eric Cook, whatever happened, I guess, he has some other matters to attend to. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, shout out to Lord Kashim. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lord Kashim. But look, like I said, what I don't like is when the guys is being put into a vacuum, or the nation is being put into a vacuum, as if governing is not messy. Like there's no governing body that you look at, right? Like if you look at the American Congress, like there's civil wars because people that's a part of one nation don't always agree on everything. But like I said, are you going to take it to the level of civil war, or are we going to use the science and mathematics, right, to come to a supreme understanding? When people act like, oh, because guys disagree, oh, that's just because they guys and they savages. No, what are you talking about? Like, do you see what's going on in the Congress? Do you see what's going on in the presidential races? Like, that's what happens. And when you don't have understanding and you try to break out on your own, that's when shit goes left. So at the end of the day, maybe you're not cut out to be the particular people, man, that's, dealing with the diplomatic, the speaking of the levels, right? Because, when people is passing laws, that's what they got to do, right? The different Congress people and senators or whatever, they going amongst each other, they building up a coalition of people, right? So when they go and vote, they know who agree with them and who don't agree with them. We have laws that get passed, right? We have laws that get passed, and then later on they be like, yo, you know what, that was a mistake, and then they repeal that law. There's a word for it, repeal. Because positive elevation always correct errors in that form too. But when you try to act like, yo, God, there's things that motherfuckers been trying to decide since 1776, they ain't decided on that yet. But now you're going to act like that's some particular dysfunction of the 5%. You're going to act like, oh, whatever bodies that it is. It could be the Olympic body. Yo, what's the limit that we going to consider somebody to be on steroids? Or whatever it is. You're going to have varying people saying varying things. You have varying research and experience in everything what happened in the world. But see, that's supposed to be the science of mathematics, right? Where we can come together if we got this common terms that we about, right? This common cause, right? Then we supposed to be able to come to an understanding. Then when we can't come to that understanding no more, then now we don't got no common cause no more. And then what happens? We go to war. So that's my point. You can say what you want to say. And see, that works good as long as you keep your mindset that the war is in between you and a handful of people over here that you disagree with. But what about the rest of the world? See, when you go into the world and you tell them, look, this is what we do, okay, where's your we? See, there's a lot of things that happen that is, oh, yo, the gods is fucked up about that. What are you talking about? The first law of nature is self-preservation. I can't tell you how to judge your travels, but I can judge them myself if they affecting me. See, like you asked me a question, you said that I could possibly help you. I don't got to judge whether I want to be a part of that. What if you want to help me flood this neighborhood with crack? I'm not supposed to judge that for myself. So any bullshit you tell me, right, I can't judge that. Any bullshit you do, I can't judge that. If you slap me in my face, you telling me I ain't supposed to judge that. See, let me tell you something. I'm not Christian. Y'all can talk all that Christian, only God could judge me shit if you want. Guess what? I'm God. Now what? I hear you. You could be the only one to think you righteous and think that's cool if you want. You see what he's doing now, right? You see what he's doing? Didn't I tell y'all how much I hate when you disagree with somebody and then they try to act like they saying what you saying? You ain't saying what I'm saying. Stop. You see what I'm saying? But you know what it is? He do this kind of shit on purpose. Half of the shit he said, he don't even believe that himself. Now I'm telling you what you told me. No. I didn't say nobody can judge me. I said don't tell me no bullshit about only God can judge me. So if only God can judge you, right? I'm God. So now what? And I see how what you did, like how do you sit here and tell me about all the people that's all wrong and all the people that don't understand? These not your judgments? When you say y'all, who's y'all? That's not a judgment. Who's y'all? Am I in this group of these people? That's not a judgment. Listen, I judge for myself. I'm not going to judge for you. Meaning, look, if you feel like that's what is best for you to do, right? If you feel like it's best for you to jump off a bridge, right? Then yeah, I might not stop you. That's what you felt like it was best for you to do. But if you think for 1 minute I'm not going to judge that as stupid and not jump off the bridge with you, then you're stupid. Yeah, you the one that brought up all this and nobody to judge you stuff. I didn't say nothing about that. That's not the way I look at the world. See, the same people that say that, right? The same people that say nobody can judge me, right? As soon as they get in jail, as soon as they get in a tight situation, then they would. But I'm a good person. Isn't so? You want me to judge you as a good person? You don't want me to judge you. You want me to judge you about when you was in the honor roll in the third grade. You don't want me to judge you by that mass unaliving you did. You don't want that. Show you where you said that nobody could judge you. I'm not gonna play games with you guys. I'm not. You know, look, and see, I know that you a troll per se. So you know, I'm not gonna get caught up with you. I'm not gonna get caught up with you at all. You know, but look, you know, I told you. You said no one can make you quote 120, and then we agreed that a baby could make you quote 120. And see, look, and then once you don't know your lessons, then I got you. Then I got you. And don't forget, I'm surrounded by babies. So I don't make me have to line you up. Don't make me have to line you up by telling one of my babies to ask you. Don't make me have to go get the YNs. That's my team. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to line you up. All right, you asked for it. You asked for it. You said line you up. All right, you asked for it. You can't line me up. I'm with the YNs. that's the thing. Where you gonna get some YNs from? See, don't you understand what the difference is when you out here? When you out here, See how when you wanted to bring up something about me, you was able to bring it up because I'm out here. I'm out here. Everybody know what I'm doing. Clay Avenue and what? Because you know I'm on the bikes. Huh? You know how you know I'll pull right up. Clay and what? $167. Man, listen. When you ready? Look, I done been all up and down. I done been all up and down Clay at 167. The Dunkin' Donuts right there on Webster Ave. Before I started getting therapy at the place where I was getting it, I first went to those places that's on Webster Avenue between 167th and 165th. See, look, I'm saying from the conduit, from the conduit to Bronx River Parkway, G. I'm in motion. But I ain't even talking about that. I'm talking about whatever I do, right? It's in the open, G. The things that I do for the nation. You know, I got things I do for master equality. That's just on master equality. But see, if you're gonna do things that, okay, what if it goes wrong? Now the whole nation got to pay a penalty, and they don't even have knowledge of the cipher you was dealing with. You just setting up a situation. Nah, listen. Here's the thing. I don't even talk like that when people don't come on the channel and take shots at me, Lord Kashin. I never talk like that. But see, if you're going to come on the channel in front of the world, Craig, the world, and act like we just bullshitters and lip professors and full of shit, and ain't nobody living this out, that the whole science of 5%, that shit is a myth, and they talk a good game, but ain't none of them really about that shit, I'm not going to let you do that. You see what I'm saying? And if I have to take it to that level, then I will stop speaking esoterically. I will stop speaking as if, yo, I just know of these people. I will put my record there on the line and ask you to dispute it. See what I'm saying? Now, if you need me to bring other people, if you need me to bring other people to speak for themselves about what they did as well, yeah, we can do that. But I'm not going to tell you about that mystery guy. I'm going to tell you about what I did. I mean, I don't know what you mean. I just know that, you know, look, you said your travels, right? But this is what I'm saying. When you put it out there like that, right? I mean, are you letting people know that your travels is not universal? Like, are you letting people know, right, that we have doctors and lawyers? that we have engineers, like I'm saying, look, we got a lesson the rest of these people don't know that, G. That is 5% in all walks of life, all levels of society. Did you let him know that? Did you let him know that one of the ways how we got that street sign, right? The guy that was working on the street sign, this is what he told me. He said eventually, like he said he was running into a little red tape. He said eventually they told him to go talk to a person. He said, all right, oh, this right here, yo, go see this person right here. He said when he went to see the person, that person was born in the nation. And he said that's when the street sign, like he, that's who told, all right, so go and do this, boom, boom, out. We got this. See, are you letting people know that we got 5% in those kind of positions like that? Did you let them know that, God? Did you let them know, man, that Star Mel lifted himself up from a brother who was doing time in the penitentiary to now he got his law degree? Did you let them know that, God? Do you let them know that when you on there? Because I see you going in, God, on everybody who you think is doing wrong. Did you let them know about how many guys that is, including yourself, that have retired from full careers of working? In the hospitals, in the parks departments, and wherever. All various walks of life. Why are you acting like everybody's just a bullshitter? Is it people doing the wrong thing? Absolutely. No, you're not blocked because I see you put right there that you blocked. See, what's happening is what you saying. What you saying is apparently unacceptable. So you must not be answering to questions that I'm asking. Right. Millard Devon is another brother that lifted himself up, look, from doing, 20 plus years to now he assists people in staying out of it. From he told me, look, he said when he first came home, he said his mom's gave him a cell phone. And he did it it was a smartphone. So he said when she gave it to him and said it's a phone, he said he was like, where's the numbers at? That's how much he missed, right? During the time he was locked up. And now he's a motherfucking AI. He's an artificial intelligence prompt master. You said you tell of the greats you know. God, a while ago, you said that you knew more people that know 120, right? That was negative than you knew that was positive. And I suggested that that was because of your own practices. I've never heard you mention no grades. I've never, listen, in the history of time, Kashin, I've never heard you say somebody was great. Jabbar, we got all levels of technologists, all various things, man. All the various sciences, we got people that's accomplished in there. But see, if you're not traveling in them circles, you would never know that. You got all the, you got Intel, all them brothers. And then look, you got other brothers like Be Original, Elevation, them ain't never been arrested in their life. Like everything what you saying don't even apply to them in the past tense. They just like it's people, right? They got these teachers and they ain't listen to none of them. It's people that got these teachers and listen to everything. There's people that Allah said, man, go to school. They went to school, man, and elevated from there. And now they went to live. There was a brother that came into school. He came to a law school. And he was a college professor. Right? But when he comes to the school, he's asking for certain people. He's like, yo, where's Umar and where's Dumont and all these people, right? And as he's talking, so so then he's like, yeah, I know all these brothers. He said, I met them. He said, I met them when they came to Harlem Prep. And he said that, look, right now, the people in the administration, everything, they be wondering, how I teach like that. And he said, they don't know. I learned a black man is God. He said when they came in there, they got us on. He did it like they did military training. And he came back a couple more times. He ended up running into Eileen, who, Eileen was in there with them. You know what I'm saying? Eileen was in there with them. Another brother came to the school. I had never met him before. And Eileen said, yo, he's actually the first brother that graduated from Harlem Prep and went to college. Like, we the brothers that, everybody know, but they said he was actually the first one that graduated. So let's not act like we inventing righteousness in this nation, man. Let's not act, man, like the directives, the original directives, is not for us to do righteousness. And that some of us just never lifted ourselves up. Some of us just never lifted ourselves up beyond 6. Some of us, it took us a while to lift ourselves up beyond 6. You see, why we gonna get up here and act like it ain't all these other brothers, man? Why are we gonna get up here and act like it ain't brothers who came from the projects and now they got mortgages? Why are we gonna sit up here and act, right, like brothers haven't raised children that got doctorate degrees and master's degrees and bachelor's degrees in all fields of science? You said that's me. You said your travels. Look, again, I'm gonna say, I don't know where you've been traveling at. Like, if those is your travels, what I'm saying is don't impose those travels on the world. Don't impose those travels on everybody else who got the knowledge. Like, not everybody else got to know the gods as, being slacking and lacking, because that's the experience that you have in your travels. But see, these people right here, right? They travels. I mean, right here, right? They traveling and meeting my mind. See, what we should be doing is giving these people the tools to illuminate the path so that they don't travel down your path. See, that means that the path that you was traveling down was the wrong path. See, if you met all these people, you met all these devils on your path, God, you was traveling down the wrong path. Instead of you taking responsibility for that, you acting like it's the nation. God, we got kung fu masters. God, look, God Sham God is a fucking legend, God. Even in the NBA, he barely played in the NBA. But all of the motherfucking best point guards, they motherfucking look back and look up to God Sham God. God, we not no motherfucking clowns, man. We not no motherfucking clowns. Look, it's positive and negative and everything. But don't act like we didn't manifest, God. Don't act like we didn't manifest. Now that's how you talking, God. No, God. See, God, when you admit, well, there is some things where I guess you could say that, right? That this is what I'm interpreting the things that you're saying to me. And so when you said, like I said, when you said y'all, I asked you that. I said, who you talking about when you say y'all? Because I wouldn't assume in my mind, right? When you talking about people who's not doing what they supposed to do, I'm not thinking you talking about the 10%. I'm not thinking you talking about the 85%. I'm thinking you will only be talking about those who's responsible for what they do because they know, right? And that would be the 5%. So I'm just saying that's how I'm jumping that line, right, to you saying the nation. And it's also the part where you said that you know more people that know 120 lessons that was negative than you knew people that knew 120 lessons that was positive. That would be another thing, right? That it would appear that you're speaking about what the nation produces. Just saying that, the reasons why I'm saying that. But at any rate, man, look, just everybody that was on the live stream, just make sure you tell them that I left with the new bows. They try to challenge the guy for the new bows. I don't know what happened there. But just make sure y'all tell them, right, that I left with the new bows. You know what I'm saying? So he said the 5% of my travels, yes, that's a fact. I stand on it. Stop acting like we Christians, we famous on other side of the law. God, I'm not saying that nothing went wrong. That's what I'm saying. But I want you to stop acting like the people who was on the other side of the law, right? I want you to stop acting like they was following some type of 5% directive. I want you to stop acting like they wasn't straying away from these teachings, right, when they was on the other side of the law. You know what I'm saying? And I want you to stop acting like y'all that was doing that bullshit didn't stay away. Hey, look, and let me not even say y'all. When I was doing the bullshit, you don't come around then. You don't go around the brothers that's righteous then. Don't lie to these people. So in our time, God, we wasn't even, you took your flag off, you took your crown off and all of that if you was gonna do some shit. What are you talking about? Don't mislead these people. But yeah, y'all, look. I'm about to get up out of here. Handle some BI. Like I said, everybody tell them I left with the new bows. Tell them I left with the new bows, you know what I'm saying? Look, do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, you know what I'm saying? Subscribe, hit the notification button. You know what I'm saying? I know I keep saying it, but we about to, you know what I'm saying? We about to get some, we about to get, hold on. You was ducking this whole time? You said I didn't stay away. I was at the parliament with some of the biggest hustlers from the desert, brother, and going to drop for your audience. You was at the parliament with some of the biggest hustlers from the desert. And now you talking about everybody else at the parliament? So y'all came to the parliament and then in which I said, why you was, because you said you came to the parliament with them. So what y'all said, what y'all was doing? Okay, clearly you said they come now still grinding. Yeah, nah, you got to call these people out. Cause you saying you didn't hide, but I don't remember seeing you. If you only did but 4 years in jail, I don't remember seeing you, bro. And you like 6'11". So I don't know how I would have missed you. I I don't remember seeing you. I don't even know people from the desert that know you like that. You got it in 77, but you said you only did 4 years, right? And it's now 2025. So yeah, there's some period of time. There's some period of time that you had it before me, but I don't remember seeing you. We still talking about 40 years. Now, if you had said you did 20 years or something like that, but you only did 4 years. See, look, my youngest daughter just turned 18. Her mom is from Jamaica, Queens, my G. We I know about Queens. I got out there, that still was going on. Now, I ain't say you supposed to know her. I'm telling you that I was in Queens. And look, Don Bishop, will you tell him how when you came on the live stream, right? And you manifested that you was from Jamaica, Queens, right? My brother that's from Jamaica, Queens said, oh, he's from the hood. I got you. I know Majestic can do. I don't know Kamel Truth. I can't place him. I can't place him off the top. Yeah, I hear you, man. You from the square, but I'm talking about we talking about universal God, right? God of the universe. Okay, righteous mathematics, I definitely don't. Elson Wise is my brother. I never see you around Elson Wise. When we was going to the hospital, when Elson Wise was in the hospital, I remember I ain't never see you over there. Not saying you didn't go. I'm just saying, look, I'm just saying, I've been around you. And all these high powered people you talking about, y'all was coming around. When? He didn't come to see you when you was shot and stabbed. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all people, you so neither one of y'all came to see each other when y'all was down, but you bringing his name up now? look, like I said, man, let me go handle this BI. You know, this week I got some things to do. It's gonna be hectic. I'm gonna try to make it back on. We'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, hold on. Hey Eric, did you really come in here? Did you really come in here ducking? How long was you in here ducking? How long was you in here ducking, Eric? Eric, you disappointed. You did look, Eric. We on pay-per-view. We over here on pay-per-view, Eric. And now you're gonna wait to the end. Now you're gonna come out, Lord Kashim. There is no winning with this black duck. Are you serious? You came in here ducking. Hey, look, you ducking so hard that you came in with a different name. You, this, you came in here ducking. You came in here ducking so hard that you used a different name. That you had the people waiting for you. Look, 60 plus people showed up here waiting for you to prove I'm a liar, and you come out. Look, when I sign off, this is when you decide to pop out. So you say it now, Cypher. So you ready? Are you ready? Hold up. Let me see something. All right, hold on. Yeah, that's fine, but I had to go. So you said my attribute, in a law is 5%. Now, but you said you was gonna prove that I was a liar, though. You know, because you don't have. I mean, well, look, I don't know what a law you talking about. You probably talking about why kill a law. You why kill a law is 5%, right? And then maybe he gives you, he gives out attributes. I don't know. But you really, what happened? You said you was gonna prove that I was a liar, though. And then you came in here ducking, and you waited till I said I'm about to sign out. You waited till I said I'm about to sign off. Wait, now Cypher? Wait, he didn't say. Wait a minute. Type 1 in the box if he did not say he was going to show and prove I was a liar today. Type 2 in the box if you heard him, if you saw him text, if you saw him put in the comment box that he was going to show and prove that I was a liar today. See, we already got 1, 2 here. See, look, Wizard. Oh man, Wizard B boy, you. What? Wizard B boy, what you doing back in the cut, man? What you doing back there? What you doing back there hiding? King Mafia, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Look. You see, now look, this how you know you said that, son. You done made my little sister come out the woodwork. you you done made my little sister come out the woodwork. Just to hear you out, man. That's see, I didn't even know. See, that's why you gotta watch. See, y'all people, y'all think cause y'all don't like me, it's not people out here that love me. See, see, you think cause you don't like me. See how he did it again? Now he gonna say peace, wisdom. He gonna say peace, wisdom, like that's your people. You Why do you keep doing that? People come in and say peace, and he say peace to them like they talking to him. But why do you keep doing that, man? Yeah, but you know, I'm gonna have to put Wisdom Be Born on blast right here. Cause I see her doing her posts. Look, Wisdom Be Born used to be with us. Like I'm saying, look, she was there in the last days of me getting my last instructions. Like that coincided with the first days of me having my class at the school. So she used to be with us. You know what I'm saying? When I used to be with Prince, she used to be with us. You know, she used to come to my class too. But she knows. Don't 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 see, listen. And look, that's my sister too. I don't wanna, you know, we not starting beefing. But you hear that thing that you know, my sister keeps saying that she's the only Earth that was taught by Prince. Wizard B Boy was there, sir. She actually was. Look, I'm just telling you what I saw. But yeah, she was you know, she was still a little baby and shit, but she used to be with us. Absolutely. He said a lot of these people waiting for certain people to die to start speaking. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. You know, all of a sudden, a lot of people forgot where, you know what I'm saying? Exactly the pattern, how things was going. You know what I'm saying? But you know, yeah, why say that? I mean, I don't know, man. You know, you one of them people. You one of them people that really, it's nothing for me to say. Like, it's you in a situation where it's like, look, I just need to step back. I just need to step back and let you barrel head first into the, just because you already crashed dummy steps. And you're going to hit the wall. You're going to hit the wall no matter what I do or don't do. So, it's not, I ain't even, you know, first things first. You said what you said. I mean, at this point, you want us to ask you questions? Okay, I got a question for you. Why you think you with us? And when you say you a large 5%, right? Who you talking about? Who's because you got various people that say they a lot, right? Like you talking about a law in the wisdom body. Who you talking about? But what makes you think that you a part of the same thing that I'm a part of? Of course you can answer the question. But you want to come on and what's the name? Let me put the link because you're scared to show your face. Wait, I don't know what's going on with this. Well, I can. Did it go? All right, yeah, there it goes. You said, what am I a part of? I'm a part of the 1964, right? I'm a part of the 5% that was founded in 1964, right? By a law from 112th Street that used to be on 127th Street and 7th Avenue. That's the law I'm talking about. Like I'm a part of the nation that he started, right? And I internalized and exemplified those principles, right? Now, what makes you think that you're a part of what I'm a part of, right? So that you can judge me based upon the principles that you deal with. Look, she ain't capping, man. He come outside. Julie. No, see, you asked me to ask you a question. And now you return with a question. You said, okay, since you are that, do you feel we can renew a large math, a large 5%? I don't feel, I don't feel about, uh, I don't feel about the 5%. Yeah. In terms of, I mean, yeah, I have emotions. I love the 5%, but I'm saying when you asking me to speak, I don't speak from my feelings. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but let's. I'm gonna get to your question, right? I want to answer your question. I'm gonna stick a pin in that, right? Do I feel we can renew a large 5%, right? First, I want you to answer my question. What makes you think that you're a part of what I'm a part of, right? And then right after you answer that, I'm gonna answer your question. Well, do you know we need to renew our history? Okay, who's we? You and Lord Kashim? I just want to know. See, like that's what I'm saying. When you saying we, right? What gives you? What prompts you to say we? Like what prompts you? What makes you think that we in the same thing? I just need to know that. That's it's not. Look, people is funny that way. People is funny that way. Where sometimes people is real talented. Like, you see how Michael Jordan? He's real talented at basketball, but then he don't do that much other stuff that good. Like he ain't good at coaching. So he ain't good at being a general manager and all them type of things like that, right? What I'm saying is what's I just don't see it. Like when I hear you talking, right? I don't be thinking that me and you is the same. So why you said we? So you said we is a large 5%. Look, you didn't answer my questions. What a law you talking about? See, I just told you I'm talking about a law from 112th Street. that, that, that used to be on 127th Street on 7th Avenue. That's the law I'm talking about. That used to be with Yami over there. You know what I'm saying? Right before he did what he did. That is law. The Maze Man, the law that's in Barry Goddard's book. What law are you talking about? Hold on, yeah, give me a second. Whew. Hold on. Let me see if I can back up here. Hold up. I gotta turn the camera back here, yeah? Let's so I can get back. Yeah, what happened? I came back up in the comments. So yeah, I can't go back as far as I want in the comments there. Uh what's your name? Yeah, Eric Cook. Uh you still haven't told me what Allah you talking about. And see, like even when you say okay, you renewing your history, right? I'm not saying we need to renew our history, right? But what do you feel like you need to renew? What do you feel like you need to renew? Because see, I renew my lessons every day. I ain't keep it 100 with you. See, I renew everything every time I deal with it. Woo! Now I thought we started this out. I thought we started this out with you saying you was gonna come. You was gonna come in here. Now, what you mean? Maybe I'm reading this wrong. Because you said your name is Wise Savior Darkim. So you telling me that your name is Wise Savior, and you didn't put the you supposed to put a comma. Like, did you leave out the comma, or are you trying to say your name is Wise Savior Darkim? Is that what you're saying? Did you just leave out the comma there? Because look, I don't want to make a fool of myself. I keep telling, listen, that's one thing I don't like about y'all. Y'all don't pull my coat. Y'all don't pull my coat and stop me when I'm going too far. So you said now, Cypher, be clear. Be clear. Did you leave out the comma, right? Between Wise Savior and Darkim, like you're saying, my name is Wise Savior. It's what I'm telling you, Darkim, and you left out the what I'm telling you part, right? Or are you saying that your name is Wise Savior? Oh, thank you. Thanks for clearing that up. Because there's some things in the universe that I don't know, right? I think I've been pretty forthcoming with saying that I don't know when I don't know. But one thing I definitely can guarantee, you're not Darkin. Not listen, not even in the Hall of Doom, in the Mitsuplex 18th dimension. that that I can absolutely guarantee you. I can guarantee you. I can't give you a list of your first cousins. I can't tell you who your third grade teacher was. I don't know when the first time you heard a Wu-Tang record, but I can guarantee that in your wildest imagination, in your wildest, listen, let me tell you something, man. If you went to Fantasy Island, see some of my people, my YNs, y'all ain't gonna know what I'm talking about. But see, there's a lot of people listening. If you went to Fantasy Island and landed in the plane, boss, the plane, you can never be Darkim. Ever. But I'm glad we agree. I'm glad we agree. You said you would never claim Christ as your name. Didn't I just tell you you can never be me? I mean, wait, hold on. You think you I dare you. I dare you. But look, like I said, man, this is the main thing people need to see, man. Look how bad people want to be a part of this. Look at how bad people want to be a part of this. See, listen, man, this is not just about what the lessons say. This is about what all of us have done. This is about what all of us have manifested, right? Everybody that was exposed to this knowledge and exemplified it even a little bit. Some sincerely loved the laws of mathematics. Some just was highly infatuated with the laws of mathematics. But this is what we built. This is what we built, man. Where, look, people, you got the world of the internet. You got the world of the internet where people get exposed to all kinds of things. See, like I said yesterday, you got people, look, they on TV, they on the news. $1 billion, you a billionaire. All these accomplishments, but you wanna rock our flag. You wanna act like you be with us. Hold on. He said I lied about his history in the Lost Garden. Hold on, here's the brother. Cause I took the picture. See, I gotta pay my what's the name on this. I gotta pay my what's the name, and then I can share the what's the name. So look, bear with me right here, but I'm about to read the what's the name. So this is on the video that I made like a couple of videos ago, right? Rules and regulation, right? The people who was here, you remember what I was saying that, see, not rules and regulation, rule and regulation, meaning you got to be able to rule yourself, right? And regulate your own activity, right? Based on your principles, because we don't got the restrictive law. We don't got it on. We don't got a particular thing where it say thou shalt not steal. But see, you supposed to draw up that telling lies, stealing, and manipulating people is devilishment. And see, if you don't have that self-guided compass, then yeah, you need to go. You need to go and get with the religious people where they can list all the rules of how you supposed to act around everybody because you don't know how to regulate yourself. So on the video where I was building on that, right? This same brother came in, right? And he was talking. And so now look, this is the message that I got here. It says, peace. The guy you are arguing with in Atlanta does not come to any nation functions, no parliaments, nothing. He has also harassed a sister in the nation down in Atlanta in the past. That's one of the main reasons why he is not coming around, because we ran him from amongst us. Signed, Divine Ruler. That's So you said I lied and call you a Muslim guy. Okay, now this is in the body of the video. Like, see that comment I just read? That he put that there after the video. So all you got to do is go to the video where it say rule and regulation, right? And you will see that comment. Now, what I'm about to say right now, this is in the live comments. In the live comments, right? He was talking. He was talking a little bit. We didn't know what he was talking about. So I asked him. I said, listen. Uh, Wait a minute, Lloyd Kashin. Are you? I mean, who else you talking about? Look, I've heard of two Darkims. I've heard of two Darkims. Hey, listen, they did the name justice. They did the name justice. You know what I mean? By all accounts, there's two Darkims that I've heard about before me. I never heard the name before I chose it, but there's two brothers. But I mean, listen, uh, who else right now is people want to think about? Like if somebody comes up to you and say, you know, Doug Kim, are you gonna think about all the other brothers? Because remember, I did that on purpose. That's why I didn't want a name like Justice or Divine. And shout out to, Justice and Divine, Wise says, whatever. But I just wanted a name where I could build it up. And see, one thing I'm glad is that people who ever be giving out the knowledge, right? Y'all tell, like, whatever it is, for whatever reason, I haven't run into no young Darkims. You said, ruler don't know me. Stop quoting that black devil. Okay, so let me ask you, do you know ruler? You said ruler don't know you, but do you know ruler? See, I don't know why you think you see. See, this is what I'm saying. You think Lord Kashim is with you? See, that's the part what I'm saying. Is that see, you can see me and Lord Kashim, right, go through some signs. And then you think that somehow there's a way for you to drive a wedge in where you going to talk to Lord Kashim about me. So that's what make me dodge about these people, man. That's what kills me. So you never met Ruler. So look, here's a question, or is that a question or a statement right there? You said he don't know Latik or Atomic. So do you know Latik or Atomic? So you don't know Latik, Atomic, Divine Ruler. But you know Wayne and Wesley. But you know Wayne and Wesley. But you not Muslim guy. Okay, look, I'm just look. These is just facts that I'm just saying. These are the facts, right? Okay, now break it down. Break it down to me how that works. You said since 1991, I know. You call him what? I call him Wayne. Wayne and Wesley, right? So you know Wayne and Wesley since 1991, and you said you got the knowledge in 1991. And you don't know none of the gods. You don't know none of the gods that have shown and proven, right? But you know Wayne and Wesley from day one. You know Wayne and Wesley from day one, but you're not a Muslim guy. That's what you're saying. I'm asking. I need clarity. I don't want to just be jumping out the window. Okay, so let's get to look. I don't qualify particularly. I think you said Wayne and Wesley, but who gave you the knowledge? How you got the knowledge? Who you got the knowledge from? Now I don't know about Darkim from the desert. He wasn't thorough like that. There's a Darkim from Medina, and there's a Darkim from Pilon. That I mean, they names they the teachers ran through the point to where it was like, yeah, but you know, whoever that is, Wisdom be born. He talking about Ramel Supreme. Trust me, Ramel Supreme has nothing to do with this stuff. Yeah, but I didn't hear about that Darkim. So you got the knowledge from Wayne in 1991 before they formed the Allah team. All right, let me ask you a question. Was you there when they jumped divine knowledge? See, you know what? We're gonna have to get off of here today, man, because we turning this in, we turn this in, we turn this in. What you call that? No jumper. Now this is about to be. Now this is about to be. Now this is about to be. It's about to be no jumper now. See, all right. So now hey, look, we got okay. Now we got direct head to head, right? Shem God King just said, Lord, that dude Wise Savior is a clown and has been doing this online debates, guys, for 25 years online. Homie is a little mental. So you said, now, Cypher, I'm a God of peace. So look, let me ask you a question, though. What you know about that? Statute of limitations is passed, right? And look, we ain't seeing your face, right? You already said you ain't showing your face. That's why you ain't showing your face. Cause you don't want divine knowledge to say, yeah, that's wow. Are you going to deny all of this here? Eric Cook? Shamdad King said, I literally used to argue with him 25 years ago. He used to work at Church's Chicken in Atlanta. I mean, we got some details here. This looks like receipts. I don't know. Is this because you, hey, look, y'all know I'm out the loop. I'm out the loop. I'm either outside or, you know, I'm doing it, you know. Is that receipts? Is that, I don't know. You see what happens? Look, those of us, man, when we walk with the old, that's a lesson that we learn. Right? They always ask. They ask you that. That's it. Look. Everybody has the knowledge of being saying, look. They should ask you that. How you catch a fish? When he opened his mouth. You see how you could have stopped. Look, you didn't have to come out and speak how you from the jump. You could have just said, "All right, yo, this brother Darkim, right? You know, I like some of the stuff he's saying, but some of this shit need to be renewed. So I'm gonna just take the best part for myself and don't even say nothing." You could have did that. You know what I mean? Then the other day you came in, I saw your name, Eric Cook, but I didn't really place you there. You kept talking to us like, "Oh, wait a minute. Now look, I'm gonna give you look. I gotta tell you, you said it's 5% I never heard of. Inside of New York. If you 5% I never heard of you inside New York now, I don't wanna hear of you. But look, I gotta tell you, hey look, that's 2 strikes. See, I'm gonna get on my dean right now. I'm gonna get on my dean right now and give you one last chance. But look, if we have 3 witnesses, what can I do? If we have 3 witnesses, what can I do? So I'm just ask you, look, you wanna stop now? you you wanna stop? You wanna stop now? Because you said, know this, I will renew this history here in the Lost Gardens. See, now look, that's what I'm saying. Now look, change my whistle. Whew. Let's see. Let's see if we can. Put that dude's. Be back in there. So I saw you earlier. You said something about our flag, and I'm still wondering. You still haven't answered that question, Wasabi. Why do you think? Why do you think? Uh, why do you think that it's our flag? Like, can you just answer that? Just that one question for me. You would help me out on a level that I don't think you can comprehend. Can y'all hear me? Let me make sure I got sound. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. All right, we good. Because Wakil is not with us neither, too, right? I mean, like if you got the knowledge from Wakil, right? You got the knowledge from somebody who's not with us. You said because it represents us as gods. Who's us? That's what I'm saying. Why you think because you're talking to me right now. So I'm thinking when you say we, when you say us, I need to, can you narrow that down to who's the us? Like besides you and wisdom be born in harmony equality, right? Who else you talking about? Because it's clear what you're trying to do with all this black woman is God stuff. It's clear. It's clear to me what you're trying to do. Oh. You might got an issue here. You might got an issue here, Erica. Now rule you Allah said divine ruler is right and exact. Now, hey, look, I'm just saying, if this is the third witness against you, okay, look, homie, I'm gonna leave it up to you. I'm gonna leave it up to you. I'm gonna leave it up to you. I'm gonna leave it up to you, right? To decide, you know what I'm saying, whether, this three witnesses, if these three witnesses against him, right, is enough for us to see him. He said original people equals gods. But here's the thing. So let me ask you a question. Am I one of the original people? Why Savior? Am I one of the original people? Okay, so look. So you say, yes, I am one of the original people, right? Now up there you said original people equals God. But for the last 2 days, you've been saying that I'm a black devil. So if original people just equal God, right? Then I get to be a black devil. Listen, man, you know what? I get carried away with this stuff because see, I don't get to interact with these people. Yeah, but if original people just equal God, right? You saying that now I'm the devil by lying on you, but I mean, look, I have three. So far I have two. It looks like 2.5 witnesses there. I don't know. See, I don't look. I go nuclear on you. You see, I call atomic and Latif right now and, and see what the real deal is. But sometimes, man, you gotta realize that. Look, you don't want to pick on people. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we're here to do. But I do. I get. A lot of times this. This stuff it be high comedy, man. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times you just see people come on here and it's like, all right, I got a class I got a class that I'm doing or whatever, right? And sometimes people come in and it's like they just do or say exactly what it is that I'm manifesting. You know what I'm saying? And so him coming in is just a person where, you know, you gotta see that it's on every level. See, that's why I'm not so, you know, I don't, enthusiastically, like, of course, I give credit where credit is due, right? But just in terms of trying to claim, being around different people as, something that automatically makes me this or makes me that. You see what I'm saying? Because that's just one level. That's just one level. What about all the other levels? Like, can you even look, even in the terms of regurgitation, can you regurgitate what you saw and heard? Let alone, exemplify it and show, like, this is what I'm saying. And you saying, like, yo, this is your tree right here, this is your bloodline, right? So we look at your grandfather and yeah, you look like him. If you look at all these people that you saying that you from the tree of that person, are you gonna look like them? Not physically, but in what y'all manifesting. Are people gonna see that it was common because y'all was a part of the same common cause? These things that y'all have in common, just like with your biological family, you have physical characteristics in common. But now, when you look at the fruit that is born from you, right? Do you have that in common? So, I don't really know, what I'm saying, if he's all the way there or whatever. But it demonstrates a couple of things. Like I said, number one is that it's on every level, man. Like, you can't just know and can't manifest, and you can't be able to manifest all this, but you don't know what you're doing. You got to go from knowledge to born. You can't just knowledge is my understanding, but then how did you live that out? See what I'm saying? Like, you got families that they kill one another. You got families where the parents unalive the children unalive the parents, the siblings unalive the siblings. So what was their culture really? Yeah, it's knowledge is my understanding. What did they use their power to do? See what I'm saying? You got to go all the way up so that you can build to be born. I see a lot of people, they get caught up in all these various levels. Like, this is not nothing, you know. See, this type of stuff, I'm not used to that. This is not an insane asylum thing to me. This is not a freestyle thing to me. So you said whatever happened to the medicine cabinet, look, right now they got these new elements that's out here, these new ailments, I mean, that's out here, these mental ailments, right? I don't know. You say goddess, ruler, equality, divine. I don't know if that's like a shot that you taking at the brother. I don't know what that is. I mean, but this is what happens. Look, beware of who you teaching, man. Beware these people who you teaching. Look, if you love us, right, don't bring no crazy people around us. And you know one thing I can't stand? I'll be at the school, right? And somebody will walk up and they'll be talking to somebody over there. And then that person will tell them, yeah, oh nah, yeah, go talk to him. Right? They'll point me out and say, yeah, go talk to him. Go talk to him, man, because he's a teacher or all that. Maybe I thought you was a teacher too. I thought we all was the 5%, first of all. And second of all, God, listen. Where they do that at? Where they do that at? Don't listen, man. He's supposed to be out there. So that's what a lot of people don't understand, man. Look, in this knowledge, this is a real question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask everybody here a question. In this nation, right? What's the best part you preserve for yourself? Again, Allah gave us the knowledge, right? So now this knowledge is available for everybody. But why you send this person over here to give my wisdom to understand? You see, this be the main thing, God. When I ask you, who is this person? Oh, I don't know, God. I just sent them. What? You don't know who he is, but you sent him to me. Look, I value my life. I don't know why you sending people around me. You don't know who they are. We talking about grown people. We ain't talking about children. But that's what I said. All of a sudden, we get to the 5% and we put our guards down. You wouldn't do that in no other situation. You come looking for my brother. First of all, who are you? So wait, you saying that you got a woman. Is that what you were saying here? when you say queen something something something, no, you say goddess something 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 something, you saying that that's a woman. Are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that there's a woman out there that bears witness to what you're saying? Is that the suggestion that you're making here to the people today? So Certain Love says that that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying? Okay, look. I'm not going to pry no further. So, wait. Is this your woman? Or this is you just saying this is an earth that you taught knowledge and wisdom? You know what I mean? Because I don't want to ask you, but we do have wisdom be born here. So I'm not going to ask you. I'm not going to ask you to build with your woman. But you made the mistake of causing my little sister to pop out today. I you made the mistake of calling my little sister to pop out today. So I can't speak for her. I'm not going to ask you. I'm not going to ask you to speak to your woman because that would be inappropriate. So this is a goddess that you taught personally, right? I mean, look, the only thing I can say is, I heard you. Now you saying she God, so if she God, I mean, she should be seen and heard everywhere. I mean, so you've already said that you got a problem. You've already said that you got a problem with the brothers, right? So does she have a problem with the sisters? If we ask the sisters, will they know you're a goddess? I can't, the level of the company, that's what it is. So you don't know if she would know her sisters. Hmm. I mean, we out of here anyway. We about to be out of here anyway, complete. We about, we about to be out. Yeah, I mean, see, to me, right? it kind of betrays everything that they saying when you got to try to make the woman God, right? And then you talk about all of the things that women do, right? And all of the powers that they have. And what I'm saying is that all of those powers is glorious on their own. Like, see, the divine that I'm talking about, remember you asked me about that yesterday, Eric Cook? The powers of the women is divine on their own. You don't got to compare them to God. Like, it's something else. It's they doing what they doing, right? And and God doesn't compare to them, and they don't compare to God. See, 1 and 2 equals 3. That's the equality. See, when you trying to put the equality, when you trying to put the equal sign in between the 1 and the 2, you're fucking up. I mean, that's just simply not true. 1 is not 2, and 2 is not 1. See, every every being, every element of mathematics is complete in itself. See, man is 360 degrees of one thing, woman is 360 degrees of something else. But see, you want to take away from that and say, no, I'm 180 degrees and the woman is 100. What the hell are you talking about? The woman is half of God, all this stuff. Look, I hear you, and that, maybe I just don't understand it. And the reason I don't understand it is because that's not our teachings. Maybe if I study more into what you're saying, right, I can see what you're saying, right? But because I haven't studied nothing like that, because that's not our teaching, I don't even understand that. See, light is one thing and water is another thing, right? But they both is life. See, I don't got to try to make this into that or try to boost this up or geese this other thing up because I don't believe in no mystery stuff. Oh man, listen. I don't know what you're saying. You're saying question, Darkim. You want me to ask you a question or you got a question for me? Like, I'm going to give you this one last question and I'm out of here. I got my fish sandwich and my french fries over here. You know what I'm saying? I need to get back in touch with my daughter and see what she's up to. She might be trying to push the line now that she's 18 and stay out too late. So, you know, I'm gonna give you this one last shot. I'm gonna give you this one last question, and then we're gonna get out of here. I mean, usually that's like the regular what's the name? So that's more than likely just some whitings. Oh yeah, in terms of Lord Kashim, I mean, yeah, look, we got our own language. In case a lot of people didn't check, and in our language, the word for woman is the earth. Now, in a lot of other languages, right? You know, they got their various terms. But see, everything that you would describe when you describe Earth, right? I mean, when you describe a goddess, right? To me, a Earth is all that and more, besides the negative shit. So if we were Spanish, then we would use the word mujer, but we not. We 5%, so our word is the Earth. What you saying, harmony, quality? After listening to this, are you saying that after listening to Eric's building on here today that you need to fast now? That's a low blow. You didn't have to hit him like that. Like like how could you as God, how could you as God come at him like that? How could you condemn him as God, right? Knowing what this means for his soul. You didn't condemn this man's soul. He said EARTH equals goddess. It could be, that we could be saving his life. You know what I mean? Because if he wasn't able to express this here, we don't know what he might do. You know, you on your own now because I'm about to be out of here on you. You know, the only thing I really, I would just leave you with is, look, bro, don't, don't wear, don't wear a flag. Like if I ever see you with a flag, you know what? It's not even your fault, because then here's the thing, right? How the fuck did he get a flag? Like after they asked him what the flag stand for, and he told you the God, the goddess, and the baby, you really was that interested in whatever you selling the flag for? You said you will wear a flag 1,000%. So look, the good thing is that nobody's made that slip up so far. That's that. Kerry, welcome to the channel. You coming in at the end. We're about to be out right now. You know what I'm saying? We spent enough time. First we waited for enough time for Eric Cook to come in. You know what I'm saying? And he said yesterday that he was going to show and prove that I was a liar. You know what I mean? So I really came in, fully ready to see what he had to say. Then in the meantime, me and Lord Kashim, we went through some sciences. Could be interesting to some, maybe not to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually, why Savior Eric Cook, he came back in. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, uh, when I look at this, right, it's like you got to realize that a lot of these situations, like this situation, would never occur in person. Like this situation would never occur in real life. Like this whole thing is a product of the internet. I mean, well, look, I told you, you saying out loud on your history in Allah's garden, right? Look, I quoted, I read the what's the name, right? I read the the comment to you. We had another brother, Sham God King, that came in, right? 2 witnesses. Then Naru came in, 3 witnesses. He never really elaborated. So let's say 2.5 witnesses. And then we have your behavior. We have your behavior on here. And so what I'm saying is that a lot of things is proximity. See, the internet brings you in proximity to all types of people, right? Music stars, movie stars, or whatever. A regular person could get in an argument with, you know what I'm saying, Madonna or whoever's on the internet. But in real life, this person would never be around me for me to tell them that the black man is God. Like, see these things that he's saying he don't know none of the true and living gods in his area, as if he's proud of that. That's just not the type of person that I'll be around. Like, listen, man, be aware that this knowledge is for people that is on 99.9999999 already. So see, now all they need is a little bit of knowledge to shoot off into the universe. Listen, you got to take on that challenge. Your tree is Allah the Father. I don't know nobody who's a 5% that refers to Allah as Allah the Father. You hear people say Allah, or you hear people say the Father. See, people that say Allah the Father is people that don't want to bear witness that He's Allah or the Father of anything. So they say Allah the Father, right? Because they know that we're going to reject Clarence. They don't fool me. You said you would teach our people that we are gods of the universe. I mean, get busy. I don't know what you're telling me this for. Like, look, I'm already, look. I got my numbers, man. I got my numbers, man. So if you're going to teach people, you said you will teach people. All right, teach. I'm going to tell you, like I told all of the rest of your homies, right? The Muslim guys, the whoever else. Look, all you got to do is out teach me. You said, what? Out of respect, I know Clarence 13X was NOI. So wait, let me get this straight. Your name is Wise Savior, God Allah. But his name is Clarence. That's what you tell me. Your name, you who can't even show your face and stand on your square and say who you are, your name is Wise Savior, God Allah, but his name is Clarence. Cause see, the last time I checked, we don't have Muslim names. Clarence 13X is a Muslim name. So how you get, hey look, how you say, how you get an attribute and he got a Muslim name? We're gonna let you go, Eric. We're gonna let you go. Because regardless of what you're doing, our duty is to become and remain civilized. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna say peace to you, Eric. You know what I'm saying? Look, you know, all the new people that came in, you know what I'm saying? Subscribe to the channel. Everybody else that made it this far, do the each one teach one. Hit the like button. You know what I mean? Shout out to Wisdom Be Born. It's been a minute. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell the people. I'm gonna tell the people I heard from you. You know what I'm saying? And with that, in the meantime, between time, I'm signing off and say peace.